Welcome back to ground two for the match between Latvia and Lithuania. Missed a couple of overs there, the early overs, so apologies about that, but Latvia have moved on to 15 for the loss of no wicket. So from the Stockholm end, coming in to bowl, Yorker, dug out by Chamara, take the single. Gunnar Varman is bowling from the Stockholm end for Lithuania. Went for 12 in his first over, so probably looking for a little improvement here in his second over. Chamara's on 2, and one of the men of the tournament of the match for the first game for Latvia, Mid-innings, has moved on to 12. So Suriva, apologies, bowling from the Stockholm end. Comes in, bowls off the legs, flicked away, down to fine leg, and they pick up two comfortable runs. The score moves along to 17 for the loss of no wicket. So in comes Suraya, bowls. Bit of a misfield that allows Latvia to come through for one more. Chamara adds 1 to his total. The score moves on to 20. So this is the second game for both Latvia and Lithuania. Latvia successful in their first game against Estonia A. And Lithuania had a good hard-fought game against Estonia, but ended up coming just short in their first game. So in comes Suraya. Mid-innings throws the bat out through point and over the boundary for 4 runs. So the bowler sets himself, starts running in towards the stumps. Here he goes, bowls. Again, it's wide. Missed by Medi, the Latvian batsman, and through to the keeper for a fumble, but a dot ball. So up to the stumps, releases, nice and straight, a little nudge, a little bit deep maybe. The point fielder allows Medhi to tap and run, come through for 1 off the last ball of the over. Medhi moves on to 18, Chamara on 3, and the score is 25 at the end of the third over for the loss of no wickets. So Gunnar Varman to continue, coming in to bowl first ball of the 4th over. On a line, on a length, tried to be dabbed down by Medhi, but no run, straight to the gully fielder. So a little adjustment to the field. Gunnarvarman comes in, up to the stumps, bowls. Medhi goes down the track, looks to deposit one, an absolutely stunning catch, straight into the hands there of extra cover, and that is a big wicket for the Lithuanians, taking the wicket of Medhi, caught off the bowling of Gunnarvarman for 18. 25 for the loss of the first wicket. So the new batsman is in to face his first ball. Slower ball from Gunnarvarman. Fawad plays it down into the gully area, well fielded, and there's no run. Big wicket there, you would think, for the Lithuanian, give them a good boost early in the early stages. On the previous match, Mehdi played very well with bat and ball, so he will still have a game and a part to play in this match long term, but no further involvement from a batting perspective. So Gunnarvarman now coming in and bowls, and that's short and wide. The bat is thrown at it, quite rightly so, and one run is taken. I can't quite see what happened down there, but it looks like the reaction of the remaining fielders was a drop catch there, but I can't quite see. So one more to the total, 26 for 1. Tamara now on strike on 3, and Fawad off the strike now, off his 2 balls with 1. So a little manoeuvring of the field, putting out the deep cover. Gunnarvarman now comes in. That's good over so far. Wicket in a run. Gets it up there. That's probably gone down leg side. The wicket keeper missed it. Then run 1. They're coming back for 2. And they are wides. 2 more to the total, and bowl the ball again. So in comes Gunnarvarman, bowls outside the off stump. Good angle there from Sharmara, who plays it down, fielded. 1 more to the total. Moving on now nicely to 30 for 1. 1 ball remaining in the 4th over. Much better over here from Gunnarvarman than his first over. And he's got a wicket, gone for many less runs. So Comes in now, bowls the final ball of the over, straight, and defended by Fawad, and that's the end of the 4th over. Latvia are 30 for 1. Change of bowling from the Stockholm end here on pitch 2 for Lithuania. Kishore Khanna just marking his run up out. 2 hops. No skips, but then 10 paces. Interesting way to mark your run up. But hey, little warm up ball to mid off. 2 warm-up balls to mid-off. I have high hopes for this gentleman. So Chamara will be facing the first ball of Kishore Khanna's spell. As he comes in now, up to the stumps, bowls. Good line, good length, wraps him on the pad, they appeal. The umpire gives nothing. I'm also convinced the umpire was not too happy with the comment from wide mid-off, which was interesting, who appealed as if it was plumb but didn't like the response. But hey, he must have seen something nobody else did. So Kishore Khanna tweaks his field as he comes in to bowl his second ball. So he's up to the stumps, he releases, it's down leg side. And despite a dive from, I can only describe as leg slip, goes for 4. So Kishore Khanna back to his mark. Couple of little steps, starts to run in, releases, nice again and straight, good ball. Played by Chamara, but straight back to the bowler, and no run. I'm liking the, you can probably, just outside your shot, I'll come back to it. So Kishore Khanna comes in, bowls again, straight, but it's outside the line of off. Chamara plays a beautiful cover drive. They pick up 2. They're going to settle at 2, and a good piece of fielding from the Lithuanian fielder. But just in shot now here at mid-off, it looks like the fielder's trousers have had an argument with the shoes, because they don't want to go anywhere near them. Interesting. It's good to see fashion coming into cricket. Kishore Khanna is in, bowls, again down leg side, taken by the keeper, but is given as a wide by the umpire. So a run on to the total, brings them on to 37. In again, a beautiful cover drive. play by Chamara through there. They're going to pick up 2. The fielder might just pick it up inside the boundary, which he does in return for the beautiful looking shot. Cover drive, held the pose. Let's hope the camera got a picture of that one.
Alright, let's see if we can make a second microphone work here. It still seems a bit loud.
So in comes Kishore Kana now, bowling, let's go, release. Good line, good length, pushed out, fielder swoops, threatens to throw but does the wise thing and hold it. There was never any chance of a run out, and one more is added to the total.
Good start from Latvia here. They'll be happy with 40 off the first 5, I think.
Welcome, Dave, to the commentary box here down on pitch 2.
It's the economy commentary box, we'll call it. It's not quite as spacious and glorious as ground 1.
We have to share a chair, so me being the old unfit one has the chair first, and then I'll let Dave have a sit down. So, as Dave says, at the end of the 5th over, Latvia have moved on to 40 for the loss of 1 wicket. I think both parties will be quite happy with that, with the way that Latvia set off, and just brought the run down a little bit. Farwad is on 1, and Chamara now has moved on to 13 off 12 balls. And I knew the new bowler from the Kiev end is Ishmael.
I think the one disappointing thing is Lithuania putting down a catch when they were looking to get on top. Got the big early wicket, Latvia's star, who they rely on to score a lot of their runs, so they would have been looking to consolidate that, and dropping a catch a few balls later is not the way you go about it.
In comes Ishmael, bowl, short, wide.
Slashing outside off stump, not given.
No connection, no wide given, taken by the keeper, and the ball is on its way back to the bowler as a dot ball. So Ishmael now in, up to the stumps, full toss on leg. This one is given as a wide. Well taken by the keeper in the end. Very difficult as a batsman to know quite what shots to play when there's all sorts coming down. So
Estonia has set the gauntlet down for the rest of the teams with 30 wides in the first game. I'll be very surprised if anyone else gets anywhere near that. Except maybe Estonia.
Yes, I think they've got 2 more games to play. Mm-hmm. 30 is still challenged to be broken. There's a little bit of confusion there. I think it went past the edge of the bat. The keeper didn't catch it cleanly. There was a half appeal, and we go again. There's Ishmael now coming in, bowls, and that's also down the leg side.
Given.
Another wide.
Maybe I've put the commentator's curse on them.
So we've gone wide, dot, wide, dot, wide.
Well, if this isn't a dot, I'm disappointed.
Yeah, I like the consistency so far in these 2 legal balls.
There we go.
And there's the dot.
Fantastic.
I'd like to see the odds here. Sportsbet.io, if you're out there listening, you can maybe do some odds on this next ball being a wide. So in comes Ishmael, bowls, and a bat on that or pad on that, I'm not quite sure.
Oh, well backed up. Could have been an overthrow. It's given us a run.
Good back up, yeah, giving us a run, so must have come off the bat. It was close to being the wide that we were expecting them to.
He's turned it into a single. He's gone, I've had enough.
Yeah,
I want this over to end.
this is getting far too repetitive. So in comes Ishmael now, up to the stumps, bowls.
Drop and run.
Tap, keep the scoreboard ticking over, perfect. Keep the rotation of the strike, perfect. Good stuff by Latvia.
They seem to have brought a few extra left-handers this year.
Yeah, in the first game, they seem to do very well at having left-hand, right-hand combinations all the way through.
Well, Pereira's been the last couple of years, and he's a very good opener. He broke my hand 2 years ago. I dropped a return catch that he hit very hard back at me.
Very soft hands you have though, Dave.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the second time you've done that in the last couple of years.
I don't know if there's if you know a footballer by the name of Christian Vieri. He used to play for Italy.
I've heard of him, but
and he grew up in Sydney. Played all of his junior football in Australia, and then ended up getting a professional contract in Italy, and ended up playing for Italy because of his parents. They used to say his muscles were like they were made of silk, exquisite, but very, very fragile.
Okay. Was he injury prone himself?
Very, very injury prone. Hamstrings, quads, yeah, constant.
And are you saying therefore you as an athlete are in the same mould?
I think so. Yeah.
Is that the point that we're
I think I should look for that Italian call up. I think the only chance of my heritage getting me a call up is probably Scotland or England. So my mum decided to do one of those ancestry tests.
Okay.
Mainly because she wanted to find out if me and my brother were identical twins or not, because they didn't find out. Many years ago when I was born, they didn't tell you, or maybe they didn't have a test for it. But came back, we were identical, and we were so identical it was about the whitest ancestry chart you could possibly see. It was about 75% Northern England and 25% Scotland.
Oh, okay. Well, Northern England obviously is near Scotland, so
yes,
if I had a choice as a UK
I know my great grandfather who settled in Australia worked in the coal mines around Newcastle.
Okay. So we'll come on to that later, but is that the Newcastle Football Club connection then?
Well, I wish it was. I claim it is.
Okay.
I did support them before I found that. We actually, early 2000s, me and my brother did a bit of a round-the-world trip, and we got a car and drove around England, and I was a Newcastle fan and he's a Manchester United fan.
Oh.
So we drove up to Newcastle and checked out the stadium. It's a big hit.
Kishore there's coming to bowl, and
it's plugged. It's not going to make it.
Hit it high. It looks like it's going to come just short of the boundary, and they did turn 3 into 2 there.
Well done.
Good running.
Yeah, so we drove up to Newcastle, and not an easy ground to get a ticket to watch a game at, so we sat outside and listened to a game, and then found out the next day it was the only game all year you could have walked up to the box office and bought a ticket.
Typical.
Fisher
in full in the block hole, good bowl. No run taken. There possibly was one, but they chose not to. And, a dot ball.
Then we drove over to Manchester and did the stadium tour there, and I made sure every bit of clothing I was wearing had a Newcastle badge on it. So all my photos from the Man United tour in Newcastle gear.
Kisharana in, bowls.
Oh, good shot.
That's through the covers. I think that's all along the carpet.
Yep, all the way.
Will do well to pull that in, which they haven't, and therefore goes for a good shot 4 to forward, moves him on to 8, and the score on to 53-1.
So moral of the story is, well, not moral of the story, but the end of the story is we came back to Australia and showed my grandmother pictures of the trip, and that's when she said, "Oh, Newcastle, that's where your great-grandfather came from."
Okay.
So I had probably supported them for 4 or 5 years before I actually found out we had family connections there. But
Kisharana in, bowls, again tries to repeat the shot, moves the front leg the other way, tries to put it through the covers, but the man fields it well, even though it may have stung his hand a bit.
But yeah, now they're the richest club in the world. I can stay away from the plastic fan moniker, because I can not only claim I've supported them since the 90s, but also actually have heritage. So
Kisharana
not that they've won anything
yet. So
straight up.
That's over the top. The fielder's getting underneath it.
No.
Didn't quite ever judge where that was going to come down, and therefore fell a little bit short. Kisharan is a bit disappointed.
I think if he'd just put his head down and run, he would have got to it easily.
I don't know if the sun was in his eyes.
No, there was nothing in his eyes.
Okay, I'm just trying to help.
Maybe
him.
his hair.
Maybe his hair. Maybe. Do you want this hat, my friend? Because that was probably your problem. But at the end of the over, Latvia moved on to 55 for 1, Farwell on 10, and Chamara on 16. But you would think if Lithuania are going to be competitive in this game, they've got to take these chances?
Well, I mean, it's the last 2 years it was very apparent that they're far stronger on the bowling and fielding side than they are at the bat. Scoring runs has been an issue, and it doesn't look like it's changed a lot this year. If you take the 30 wides out from Estonia, they were struggling to get 100, and that's usually around where they are, sort of the 80 to 100 mark. Going to be pretty difficult to contain Latvia to that.
Yeah, I mean, in the first game for Latvia, which I also commentated on, it looks like they've changed the batting a little bit, or changed the players. It looks like they've got a bit of strength in depth.
Yes,
this year in Latvia.
They did name a 20-man squad, which I questioned for a 3-match series whether that was wise, but hey, I know how excited they are for this tournament, and I know how much they want to win it, and how hard they've worked all year. So good luck to them, I say. I hope they do win it, to be honest, because we can't win every year Estonia, and it
exactly
give us a little bit more incentive next year if we're not holding it.
I would agree, to try and win it back.
Mm-hmm.
In comes Ranjit, bowls his first ball.
Of course, we've got Iceland joining the tournament next year as an invitational guest, so that makes everything a bit more interesting too. We get rid of the Estonian A team, which has always been.
So is it renamed the Baltic and Nordic Cup now then? Or?
No, it's the Baltic Cup. It's still held in the Baltics, mate.
Ah, okay. Yeah, fair.
They have invitational teams in the Copa America in the football, and I think Australia once played in the South American Football Championship. So, no, the main reason we hold this tournament is, these guys are not ICC members, so this gives them an opportunity to play at a higher level, to be involved in a properly organised tournament. And I mean, we're learning how to host every year as well. We're getting better at it.
It's a good bowl led by Ranjit, beating Chamara just outside the off stump. He sort of nerdled. He didn't really go forward or go back or play a shot, and it went through. Sorry, Dave.
No, you're right. But yeah, it's important to us. It's always been important to us to help the little guys, because we're little guys too. We're just lucky enough that we have got our ICC membership, but we're always looking to help out these wannabe associate members. Iceland is one of them that's very keen and working really hard to get there, and they're looking to play tournaments, so it seems a no-brainer for me to get them involved.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'd love to see. I can't wait to see what the standard is coming out of Iceland, and I think everyone will be excited to play them. And
I think it keeps the momentum of a trophy going if there's new names or a different format, or keeps everything going in the right direction. We're thinking, we'll not bother next year. It's no different, etc., etc. So
and the Latvian guys. I was talking to the captain over in Finland. He plays for a Finnish side. So during the World Cup qualifiers, I had a bit of a chat to him, and he was saying they actually did a couple of tour games in Poland this year, and heard from the Polish guys that they would be keen to be involved as well. So I think there's interest out there, and there just isn't tournaments for non-members.
Yeah, exactly.
So, it's something that we can do to help push cricket in those countries, and it helps us as well, because we're working towards hosting our first ICC quality T20I tournament, and every tournament we host gets us more experience, gets us to work out what we're doing wrong. And
so Ranjit in there fires it down the leg side, so another wide. But I think that's really important, isn't it? It's a growing curve, and as we know, Latvia are trying to get the ICC affiliate membership, and they seem to have done quite well.
They're definitely doing the right things and moving in the right direction, absolutely, and off the pitch as well,
because that's important as well, isn't it? It isn't just a case.
Well, you can't get in without it. It's simple as that.
Absolutely.
There are minimum requirements you have to meet. They don't have enough players yet, is their biggest problem, but all they can do is...
Well, they've got a 20-man squad.
Yeah.
So that must be growing. Maybe that's that.
But you need an eight men's team playing in a league, and I think they've maybe got 5, maybe 6. So they've grown definitely since they started coming here. But Lithuania as well. They've got a new structure this year. They've got a new confederation formed, and everything's a lot more official.
So Ramsey coming in now, bowls. A slower delivery, but I'm afraid that's gone down leg side. Well taken by the keeper, but that's one more to the total. But 62 for 1.
But they're very clearly, a few years behind where Latvia is, and that's fine. Everyone's where they are, and hopefully, I mean, I can see how much they've improved since they've been coming here. Especially the fielding's
so I was just about
a lot better.
So Ranjit bowling there, forward over the top of extra cover, goes for 4. End of the over. Was he changing his helmet? Not quite sure.
Don't know.
But yeah, what I was going to say in the first game that I watched Latvia play today, I thought their fielding was actually pretty impressive. I don't believe they dropped a catch. They didn't have many misfields, and I think at this level that's really important, that if you can do that element of your game really well, then it will not only save you runs obviously to chase, but just keeps the momentum and the morale and the confidence at a high level.
Yeah, and it's something that cost us in Finland for sure. We had a lack of taking those catches when we really had big moments in the games. Just not being 100% switched on in the field sometimes, and it's those little things at this level that can actually cost you the game. We had Switzerland 97 for 4 off 15 overs, and they ended up getting nearly 180. I mean, those 5 overs that we couldn't execute, dropping catches, misfields, bowling the wrong lines, that's the difference at this level. You can get away with it in domestic cricket.
Once you go up that step, it's very difficult. And if I recall, against the Switzerland, they dropped the opener on 2 or 3.
Yeah, you got 103.
So, the old adage of catchers win matches is probably not more prevalent as you go up than it is at this stage. So just to remind, Latvia won the toss. They opted to bat. They're currently 67 for 1, going along quite nicely. In the 8th over, Chamara's on 21, forwards on 14. And
I think there'd be a healthy extra rate here as well.
Yeah, and I was just about to say Hidetic has come on at this end and continued the theme of
wide fest.
Wides. Yeah. This will challenge the 30 over 30 in the first game on pitch 1, I do believe.
Just wondering what time we'll get to go home.
Well, the sun's shining, Dave. It's going to be light, I think, till about 9 o'clock.
It's not going to be a light issue, that's for sure.
So we may be okay. So no balls actually bowled officially, but 3 balls bowled. But this is the first official ball of the over now, legitimate, and he's got it straight. It's on the spot. I think it surprised the batsman there.
Well, that's the one you don't want to get out to.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing more annoying.
3 wides and then you lose your wicket.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the Richard Parkin special, but it's very demoralising as a batsman. Oh wow!
So I'm not quite sure.
It's got to be a no
ball,
surely. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So a no ball.
So this you like, because now you've got all this pressure. Don't get out to a guy that's bowled 3 wides, but now you've got a free hit. So this is the ball.
So he hasn't. The umpire hasn't acknowledged free hit now, Dave. Is it all no balls?
All no balls are free hits. Yeah.
Okay, just to inform the listener that this is a free hit, even though if you were viewing, he didn't.
There we go, lovely shot.
That over the top, and I think that might go all. It's fallen centimetres inside the boundary for a 4. But what a beautiful shot! You see, again, if you was watching that. That wasn't all about brute force, that was all about timing. That was just play through the shot, attack the ball at the right point, bat hits ball at the right point, and it can go the same distance as if you really try to hit it too hard sometimes.
That was about 5 centimetres inside the rope, unfortunately. Lovely shot there.
If you could give it for the shot, it would be 6, but,
yeah.
But it obviously...
This ground is about 3 metres shorter than ground 1 as well, so it's your best chance. Oh!
Could be a run
Oh,
they might
no!
go away with it. They might even still get a 1
Wow.
out of this.
And this is it. This is the kind of stuff that you cannot do. They've gifted you a wicket, and you've just panicked when all you had to do, get the ball to the bowler, take the bails off, and you've got your wicket.
You've got another wicket, exactly. As it is, he comes in, he bowls. It's straight, that's always good. And
but this is the thing, Howie, Kev, he's got 8 off the over, and he's only hit 1 scoring shot.
Yeah.
And it's a free hit. So he's taken no risks, and he doesn't have to.
And this is my big...
having said that...
But he's going to be safe. No, he's taking it. Good catch by Kisharana. And look, this is where I have a big problem, and you know, it is a learning curve. That there was already 8 off that over.
Exactly.
There was still 2 or 3 balls to go.
Exactly.
He got away with the run out that didn't happen. He should have probably just hit the ball that needed hitting, but seen the over out.
But that's,
and game management is vitally important.
It's experience. It's you know, you've got that over is yours. And the worst thing you could possibly do is just throw your wicket away. He's tried to run his mate out.
Yeah.
And then he's just hit the ball straight up in the
But if you was there now, Dave, I'd be saying, well, look, we've got 8 off the over. We've got away with the run out. Let's just get this over now out of the way.
Well, to me, you're 8.4 overs, right? So you've got 2 balls left with you on 8 runs. So to me, that's 2 singles. You've got 10 off the over. Yeah. And this is often what if I'm batting with Stu or if I'm batting with Beefy. That's always our aim is 10 off and over. You look to hit the boundaries in the first couple of balls,
exactly.
And then if you don't try and force it.
Exactly, and that's the key. That's the key word, trying to force it.
Yep.
And what I have seen, I think, over the past number of weeks now that I've been, the game management, that forcing it, that not looking at the scoreboard or looking at that over or looking at what's happening.
Yep.
They just take that ball as it comes and think see ball, smash ball.
Yep.
Not the bigger picture for the team.
And you're 74 for 1 off 8 overs. It's not. You don't need to take risks.
Yeah.
You bat 20 overs.
Well, they get another
at 8.5 and over.
Exactly. You know.
Lithuania is not running that down.
No, there's 170, 180 on the board, and you know, as we know, they struggle to get past 100. That's always been their problem. So, so look, a little bit of selfishness. Sometimes it may be seen, but not to the degree that it damages the team. But there was just no need to do that.
No.
But hey ho, he did, and he's back in the hutch where he belongs. And
this is something Cox, our head coach Richard Cox, he talks about a lot. Is that 7 to 15 is the key in T20. So you get through the power play. If you can get through the power play with 40 runs minimum and lose no more than 2 wickets, you're on top of the game. Then you're 7 to 15, you want to be looking 6, 7 and over without taking risks. And you take your risks in the last 5.
If you've got all the wickets in hand, you know, highly unlikely to get bowled out because you've got the wickets in the shed. They're demoralised, there's the bowling side because they've not got anything psychologically. So
you want one of your top 4 to be there after 15 overs.
Well, unbelievably, that over, he's only gone for 8 in the end, and he's got a wicket out of it. 2, 4,
I think he'd
6,
be happy, to be honest, after starting the way he did.
He would absolutely be delighted with that. And you know, when you look in the scorebook, in the T20, he's only gone for 8, he's taken a wicket, then that'll look good. So Latvia moved on, 74 for 2, 9 overs gone. Sai is the new batsman in for Latvia, and Farwad is currently on 14, and it looks like Gunnar Varman is going to continue from the Kiev end.
And I think it certainly looks to me like Latvia's mixed their batting order up. They're using this as a game to give a few guys a chance, which is fair enough. The big game.
The guy who in the first game who looked like getting 100 in the end, he got out on 86.
I don't even think he's in the 11.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, I think this is their giving a
Squad
few of
rotation.
their maybe the guys that are on the verge of selection, give them a chance to go out there and hit some runs and say, look, I should be in the team. And there's the theme continues.
Yeah, the bowler, I'm not quite sure. He looked excited at one stage. He put his hands up as if he thought something was going to happen. But the only thing that was going to happen is the continuation of the umpire putting both arms out and suggesting there's another wide. So here we go. Let's see what he can do with ball two. But I don't blame Latvia for doing that.
No. And look, historically, the Latvia-Estonia game is the decider. We'll see. We'll see if it's a leg by for sure. No. Possibly an overthrow.
Well, there was nearly buzzers, but it seemed to wake up the guy who was backing up, and he did a goalkeeper-style save there to stop any extras. But it looked like it was going down leg side, even though the bowler appealed.
Yeah.
Looks a bit slow, a bit loopy. I'm not quite sure how you play this, but but it looks like Latvia are using this as a test game, which is a good idea, and that's again one of the benefits of the tournament format. Fielder going to run for two. If he controls this, he should probably get another one now. They're going to stick for the two. It's a good piece of fielding out there in the deep. But again, going back to the tournament thing, this is one of the benefits of a tournament. It helps them bring 20 players. All 20 players get a game, get used.
Yeah, well, I mean, I had a chat to him about it, and I think Lithuania bought 17 or 18 as well. And moving forward, we'll put a cap on it because we're trying to give them an authentic tournament experience. And one of the things about that is
gone for 40, limited to your squad.
Limited. ICC tournament is usually 14. For one organised by member countries, you usually push it out to 15 or 16. But look, it's not really worth bringing 20 people over for a 3-game series. So if they're looking to get membership playing proper tournaments, they're going to have to work out how to select it down to 16.
Exactly, and that's what they should be using these for. Also, is part of their ICC accreditation process.
I've said that to them for next year. I said, look, fine, this year, we've named our squads. We didn't give you a number, so that's fine. But next year we're going to go probably 14 or 15 for a 3-match series. That's more than enough players, and that means you don't have to have people travelling and not playing, or trying to get them into a game, and you compromise your tournament doing that sometimes.
Yeah, and I think also if they are looking to build a consistent, solid team, then swapping and changing isn't the benefit either. If you're bringing these guys to a tournament to get tournament experience.
Yeah. And look, you got to ask the question: do they know what their best squad is? They probably don't.
They probably don't. They've probably got too many. Maybe they're just too nice, Dave. Maybe they're just you've all come on, let's all go. We'll all get a game. But again, these are things that these nations who want to become the ICC affiliate program, which Estonia is, as we know, then have got to start looking at doing. And as we said earlier, it's not just about victories on the field; it's all the work that you do behind the scenes as well that's vitally important. So.
Not saying we get it right all the time. No. We get plenty of things wrong, but it's the doing. It's the doing. That's it. You got to be doing it and learning and making mistakes. That's how you learn.
Yeah, exactly. So the last ball of the 10th over, potentially, yes, it is, and it's played out to Gully. It's fielded. So that brings the
10 off the over.
Another 10 off the over. That brings the score to 84 for 2 at the halfway stage. That's on par about where they were in their first game, so they're doing pretty well. But I think Lithuania will be quietly pleased with that, but it could be so much better for them.
Yeah, they should really have 4 or 5 wickets, and then that would be a much better position.
It certainly would. We'll be back in 2 minutes after the drinks break. So welcome back, everybody. I'm flying solo for a couple of overs. Dave has gone to fetch a chair. As I say, we only have one chair in this box. Anyway, Ranjit coming in now to bowl from the Stockholm end. Pitches it up there, off his legs by Farwad. Fielded out in the covers and back to the bowler. One more to the total. In comes Ranjit, played off there. There's two. There's three, fielded and returned back to the wicket keeper. No run there, picked up in the covers, returned back to the bowler. Ranjit a little bit tidier this over from this end, swapped ends. So in comes Ranjit, bowls, it's full, played it straight, they come through for one, they'll be looking for two. Comes back, fielded just inside the boundary. A comfortable two there to side. So Ranjit in, bowls, and he's bowled him. Looks like the off stub completely removed out the ground. I would hazard a guess I played slightly across the line there instead of and straight, but it hit two lovely straight shots that got him two sets of two. And then, I don't know, changed his plan of attack and decided to go across the line, which saw then his off stump removed. Ranjit bowled better, much better in this over, and probably deserves that wicket for the improvement that he's made. So Latvia now 89 for the loss of the third wicket. Lithuania still in this game if they can keep picking up these wickets. As we say, Latvia have probably using this game as a rotation for the players, may have also given some guys up the order who probably wouldn't normally get a game. I would need to see the team sheet for that, but Lithuania still in this game, can still keep working hard, keep doing the disciplines that they've got at the moment of the bowling and the fielding, and restrict Latvia to a lower score as possible will give them the confidence going into their innings. Still a beautiful day here at Tiskra for the high Baltic Cup match, group match between Latvia and Lithuania. Latvia won the toss and chose to bat first. Latvia won their first game against Estonia A, and Lithuania came second in their game against the Estonian national side. So results that you would probably expect, and both teams now looking here to consolidate and make an effort. So Bizwajat now is facing his first ball. That is a good over there from Ranjit. So the good thing about that is there's no extras, only 5 from the over and the wicket. So much improved over after drinks, and that's a really good effort. And I think of the 3 innings there's been so far on pitch 1, the wicket has fallen after drinks. So that tells you a little story that a drinks break can normally bring a wicket in some way, shape or form if the batsmen don't concentrate and start again when they recommence after a drinks break. So 89 for 3 after 11 overs currently, and Lithuania still in this game. So Prasanth, the change of bowler from the Stockholm end, starts with the dot ball. So Prasanth now coming in, and he's up at the wickets. He bowls. Fawad looks to cut that away, but it's fielded quite nicely. Another dot ball. So Prasanth in, bowls, and that's looped up into the air, but it's to a safe place, could roll away, and has just crossed the boundary line there for a 4-2 Fawad. Nice shot over the top, very safe, and rolling away for 4 on this carpet of an outfield. So in comes, same shot by Fawad. This time will also actually go to the boundary, so maybe Lithuania worth just thinking about their field placings with 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 on the leg side, and he's bowling it short outside off. I'm afraid this field placing is not conducive to the bowling that is coming down, and it could be very expensive if that continues. So again, rest assured, same place, same shot, same result, 4 more. Please somebody tell me from Lithuania why there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the leg side and a slip when he's bowling it short and wide outside off stump, and there's only 1, 2 fielders. Not quite got the field positioning right. So last ball of this over. 3 previous balls have gone for consecutive 4s. This time overcompensated from short and outside off by bowling it down leg side but a wide. So look, you've got to be pretty accurate to bowl to this field, and I'm not sure that's the capability. And if it goes in the same place, then I guarantee the same result will happen. So he's manufactured that from gone inside to out and onto the offside again, and 2 very comfortable runs. Brings an end to that 15 run over there by Prasanth. So at the end of the 12th over, Latvia are 104 for 3. So 8 overs remaining. So comes in, bowls, hit out to the covers. There should only be one. Deep cover fielding. Ranjit, who bowled a very good previous over. So we have an unorthodox field, it would be said. But hey, if the bowler can execute and bowl to this field, then who am I? In comes Ranjit, bowls again, hit out, perfect, straight to the fielder. You would think it's working at this stage. 2 singles off the first 2 balls, and the ball going straight to the fielder. So now a slight little tweak, bringing a man in close. As Ranjit comes in, bowls on the legs. And, they'll get 1. They should turn for 2. It's in the fielder's hand. A great bit of fielding. Good throw by the fielder there from Lithuania. Kept that down to a single. So Ranjit's in, bowls, again, it's up there, oh! And the fielder had just been put there for that very shot. It was straight into his hands and unfortunately came straight out again. So excellent piece of bowling, you have to say. He moved the guy there, he's bowled to his field. This is a good over from Ranjit. Let's hope he can continue on that. That's gone right in the air. But that will sail over the man out in the deep, and in fact it will go even further than that and go over the rope as well for a maximum. So again, catchers win matches. The ball previously, the batsman Farwad was dropped, and then the next ball he launches over the top for 6. It's the way it goes. You have to take your catches, but Farwad now moves on to 43 off only 26 balls. And the last ball of Ranjit's over here now is also dispatched, but it's along the ground, and the fielder is after that. I think he should just pull that in, and they come back for a comfortable second. If all fielded well, as it is. Apart from the 6, another good over from Ranjit, and unlucky again not to take a wicket there with another drop catch by Lithuania. So Latvia move on to 115 for the loss of 3 wickets after 13 overs. Farwad is moving on nicely to 45 off 27 balls, and Biswajit has only just come in. He's faced 3 balls for his 2 runs. So Ritik to continue here. His first over went for 8 runs and a wicket. And again, that's launched, that's in the air. And I'm afraid to say that unbelievably is another dropped catch from the Lithuanian fielding team. Do you know, there's a degree of complexity in some catches and a degree of hardness, and that was at the very bottom. That was really easy, should have been. But again, he's now found the outside edge. It's trickling down. The fielder will pull it in just inside the boundary, and 2 more comfortable runs there to Biswajit. But really shouldn't have been running 2. He should have been walking to the shed. hit it in now, bowls. And again, it's launched over the top by Biswajit. And they take the 4 that is on offer due to the uncertainty around some of the field placing and positions for the team here. So a change of field positioning. Still a very strange field with 1, 2, 3, 4, and now the move seems to have been made to moving them across to the offside, which is a better position than 6 people on the leg side. Presently suggest you would have 1 out though on sweeping, the in-out field, which is normally a good run-saving field, but let's see. So in, bowls, swing and a miss, and wicket-keeper shies at the stumps but misses, and goes through for a dot ball. So Hritik is in, bowls, straight, it's gone straight to the fielder. There could have been a run, but they chose not to take one. So this current partnership is already up to 32 off just 18 balls. And the final ball of this over now, hopefully. From Hirit, and here he comes to the stumps. He bowls. It's full. It's a good ball, but it's dug out by Biswachi, and that ends the over. Latvia currently on 121 for 3 off 14 overs. Farwan on 45, and Biswachi on 8. So Kishore Rikana returns at the Stockholm end. He now sets off up to the stumps, releases, bowls short, but down leg side, will be called a wide. So back to the end of his run-up. Sets off, he's up to the stump, he bowls. It's much fuller and it's not down the leg side, but unfortunately he's overcompensated and it's too far now outside the off stump, so another wide is given. So Kishorana in, bowls, doesn't hit anything, and has now gone down, back down the leg side, and another wide is called. So another over that starts with 3 wides. So Kishorana in, bowls, This time it's full, this time it's up there. It's out to the boundary, but well fielded, and they take 1 run. So turns, runs up to the stumps. Again, it's short, it's pulled by Bizwachi. Never in danger of finding a fielder, but 2 more to the total. So in bowls, launched again by Bizwachi. It will not find the boundary. They have a fielder out there, and 1 more to Bizwachi's total takes him to 11, and the Latvian score to 128 for 3. So in, short. The batsman takes evasive action. Farwad there, who's moved on nicely now to 46. And, some relief in this over, a dot ball, having wide, 1, 2, 1.
I checked the extras as I walked over, and
they're winning?
Well, it's 23 I think now, 22 or 23, and I think about 21 of those are wide.
Picked that off his hip, and 1 bounce into the outfield for another 4, so that completes the over. Wide, what? No, it doesn't complete the over.
Still 1 to go.
Yeah. Wide, 1, 2, 1.4. So that coupled, you know, in the last over with the probably the easiest catch you'll ever see, dropped, you know, is really what these guys have got to work on these in this Lithuanian nation. And if they want to be competing at some of these levels on a consistent basis, then the basics have got to be put into place. So Kisharana in, bowls.
Found a gap. No, there's a guy there. Has he caught it? He seems to be claiming it.
I think he's claiming the catch. So Farwad goes for 50. It was hard to see from my position.
Very close to the ground.
It was,
diving forward.
It's a great catch.
Didn't seem. The rest of the team didn't seem to be too excited about it. But
no, but it is. You know, cricket is a fair play sport.
He claimed the catch.
Without he claimed the catch, then as a batter you would expect that to be correct. So, but a good innings from Farwad, 50 off 30 balls. But the 4th wicket falls now. Latvia on 132. As I say, extras. Yes, the scoreboard comes up there. Currently at 24, and I think with 5 overs to go, 30 will
be in trouble.
Broken.
But good position for Latvia here. 5 overs left, 6 wickets in hand. Run rate's nearly 9, so you'd expect to push it up to, you know, try and get that 70 runs off the next 5 overs and try and get it up to 10.
So would you think Latvia really, I know the projected score we can all see on the screen there, but I think from this position,
I think if you got 176 from here, you'd be disappointed.
Yeah, okay.
But you know, the last 4 overs of a T20 innings are a lottery. Sometimes you win, most of the time you lose. You just got to swing the bat and exactly. The fact that they've got those 6 wickets in hand is what puts them in a good position and gives their current guys a opportunity to have a swing, and unfortunately just losing that wicket at the wrong time might slow them down a little bit, but I don't imagine anyone coming in from this point is going to play conservatively.
So Gunnar Varman to continue from the Kiev end. First ball of the 16th over is pushed out. Definitely one, I would think, should be two. They've come for two, yeah, comfortable two.
Some good arms on the Lithuanian fellas. I've seen a couple of really good rocket throws from the boundary. That wasn't one of them.
The slight error there was he didn't really attack the ball in the first place.
He
was waiting for the ball to come to him.
Very much ambling around to it, wasn't he?
Yeah. Look, I'm not saying there probably was never two, but he wouldn't have put any pressure on that two being run by the batsman. There's any doubt in the batsman's mind, and that's what creates run-outs 9 times out of 10 is a doubt. So Gunnar Varman is in. That's down the leg side. That will be the 25th extra of the innings. Probably the second highest scorer now after the 50 from Farmer.
Yeah, I think Mehdi was 18, so.
So in, up to the stumps, bowled, straight, launched. That will go for 4 if it hasn't gone for 6. I can't quite see that for. Yeah, it's gone for 4. So Vardan has decided that it's time to launch. So 2 balls faced and 6 runs on the board already.
Just to give the people at home an idea of what we talk about in the national squad and what Coxie the coach talks about and what Brett Lee also talked about when he was over here a couple of weeks ago. 6 extras is what you should be aiming at in a T20 inning. 6 extras. More than that, and you're starting to cost yourself a lot.
So give 1 over away, effectively.
Yeah.
1 over extra.
6 extras is it.
But when you're talking 4, 5, 6 overs effectively extra, and the runs that it comes off it, and you are bowling more, then that's never. You're not going to win many games, are you? Ready at that.
Some of the things that Binger talked about was same as Coxie. Lose 3 wickets in the power play, and you have an 83% chance of losing the game. So
I'm
getting
not sure
through
what that fielding was. That's given another. No, they've chose not to run, but
getting through that power play 2 wickets or less down is key. Even if you're not getting 50, 60 runs, if you're 60 for 3 or 4 after 6 overs, you're probably losing that game.
Wow.
Even if you're going at 10 and over, you can't afford to lose more than 2 wickets.
Yeah, they do say the power play that first 6 overs is vital, really. It's all about keeping your wickets while picking runs while you can.
Basically hit a catch,
in
catching practice, and straight through the hands and 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for me there, Dave, the sun was blaring off that car and I couldn't see what happened. But rest assured, viewer, that was a catching practice that you do in training week in, week out, and it's just gone straight through his hands. And in fact, they've now moved that fielder. There's nothing more dejecting than being moved after dropping a catch. But anyway, they've moved him, and there's a new guy out there now to take up the gauntlet as Gunnar Varnum comes in, bowls, and the same type of shot was played, but this time not connected, and they come through for a very easy single.
So just looking at the other ground, an over left, Estonia A 170. That's a big ask for the Estonian side.
Who scored the runs there then, Dave, for the up and coming Estonian A's?
I'm not sure anyone's got a big score, to be honest. I think it's been pretty evenly shared around, but we'll have a look. Vimal 48 off 36. That's a decent start for the opener. And yeah, 31 for Hardik. 17 balls, straight around 182. That's not bad. And everyone else has sort of got into the 10 to 20 runs.
Yes.
But yeah, that's a big chase coming. Elias Hassan None for 49 off his 4 overs, 12.25. Arslan 2 for 41, 10.25. So 2 of the World Cup qualify experienced bowlers just getting absolutely hammered. Disappointing.
That will be a huge chase for the Estonian team, whatever that score.
And you
Once
look
it
at
gets above that 160, 170 mark, it's psychologically a huge challenge.
You look at Richard Park, and he's opened the bowling, so he's bowled through the power play, 1 for 23 from his 4 overs, 5.75 economy rate, fantastic.
Well, my friend.
Etisham's bowled 2 overs for 12, only the 2 overs though, and somehow both Elias and Arslan going over 10 and over have both bowled their 4.
Maybe, again, I talk about it a lot, but maybe some game management, some understanding the game as it's
look,
what
and
the reality is, and it's a learning curve for some of these captains, I know. But
absolutely.
Sorry, just to interject. So the bowl, Ranjit bowled there. He appealed for an LBW. There was nothing doing, and the umpire never gave it. So the batsman decided to go for a quick single. The fielder came in. He knocked the stumps down, and an exciting piece of cricket there.
For a leg bye. For a leg bye.
For a leg bye, yeah, no wickets, no actual runs off the bat for a leg bye. But I didn't want to miss that opportunity to say, hey, that was an exciting 30 seconds there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, good. I think Arslan is still definitely in the learning phase as a captain. It's very different captaining a national team versus a club team. You can get away with a lot more in the club cricket, and you're not playing against the same calibre of player. So, even when we pick an Estonia A side, you're looking at the best players from every team. So, in a domestic game, you get the top 2 out. You're in with a pretty good, yeah. In this,
so
you get.
That's launched. I'm not sure if the man's going to get anywhere.
Yes,
near.
he's got it.
And he's snaffled that catch. And this is the beauty that I am finding from this tournament, even so far today. I've seen some catches that are you would expect to take every day of the week, and some of them even with your eyes closed. And then a skyer goes up in the air, the guy has to move around, he sets himself, and he takes it as clean as a whistle. So it's you're never quite sure if the catch is going to be taken or not. That is for sure. But it goes. So another wicket down, which is vital for Lithuania if they're going to keep this chase anywhere near. Bijwati goes. The 5th wicket has fallen on 147, and Ranjit, who unbelievably in his first over that went for 8 and took a wicket that lasted about 25 balls, has now got 2 for 28, and he's actually returned the ball quite well as he's come back.
I'm wondering if Lithuania is going to face some penalties here for slow over rate, because they did in the first game as well. They were an over behind, and given Ground 1 is now finished with Estonia A finishing on 180 of 20 overs. We are three and a bit overs to go here.
3 full overs to go, and I think we did comment on it earlier. It did seem very pedestrian. It did seem very slow, and I didn't know then how far in front or behind the time they were, but visibly is slow. But Ranjit again is on the line. He's on the length to the new guy Surya, who's in the first game anyway, was one of the successful opening bowlers for Latvia. Looks
good bowler, Surya.
Yeah, looked a good guy. Looked consistent. Not rapid, but a bit of pace. And
I hit him for a couple of 4s a couple of years ago, but I won't go on about that.
No, but we won't mention that one. It's during the war, but we don't talk about it. So, but he's gone for 2.
Oh, coming back.
Take him, and he's out by a mile.
Oh, has he dropped the ball though? No, he's got the ball in his hand.
It must be out.
It must have been the baler or flying.
That is a great piece of fielding.
Yep.
Hey, look, how to get confused by watching this game. We've seen some fielding that, earlier on with the run out, I would have said was an easier chance for a run out than what Lithuania have just completed here. He's got knocked out, the guy's got to run round, he's got to throw it in much further, the guy's got to collect it, it's coming much harder, and have successfully done it. So a run out earlier in the game, which was quite embarrassing, but then they've redeemed themselves with that piece of fielding. But it probably would have been much easier to have Latvia 30 for 3
than It's all well and good taking the wickets in the last 5 overs, but if you've, I mean, Estonia dropped 3 catches against Estonia A in the power play. You can't do that. It's a killer. I'm imagining if they've dropped 3 catches in their power play and Vimal's got 48 opening the batting, I'd imagine Vimal's been dropped 3 times in their power play. Given the way he plays,
yeah,
is very.
I saw him down here. He didn't bowl too bad either, actually, if I remember. I think he bowls and bats.
Questionable whether he bowls or throws, but other than that,
I'm not going to get into the dynamics of his degree.
Let's say he's one of the more suspicious actions in Estonia.
Yeah. But he definitely contributed in that first game to Latvia.
Yeah.
I can't remember his stats exactly, but
he does. He bowls well for his club side, and this year, to be honest, he hasn't scored many runs, so it's been the bowling that's
gone into to being in Estonia.
Yep. Well, just on the selection, what we had, we first opened it up to the national squad and said, who wants to play? A lot of them said we didn't want to play, so the Estonia side's a bit weaker than it should be. And then, we picked what we think was the best side out of who was available for the Estonia side, and then anyone that was left in the squad, including Vimal.
Opportunity here. Sorry if they
got him.
It looks very tight from here, but we're at the wrong angle. But he's given him.
No, he hasn't.
No, he hasn't given him. Sorry. Wow, that must have been very close. But again, a good piece of fielding. Slightly off your screen, the ball went straight to the fielder. But let's not be too overcritical, but if it attacked that ball, that would have been a run out by a country mile. He waited for it to come to him, and that just gave that bit of time for the batsman to get back in there in a non-striker's end.
Yep. So, so we had the guys out of the squad that didn't get selected in the first team were put into the A team. So that's guys like Vimal, Ashish, Romeo, a few other guys, and then we had I think about 30 people apply for the other 6 or 7 spots, and Tim Cross, head of selectors, whittled that down to what he needed, batters, bowlers, that kind of stuff, and picked the best Estonia A side he could. And I think that it's a little bit easier to pick that Estonia A side because we're not looking at guys that need to be qualified for the 3 years for the residency and things like that.
Yeah, it makes a difference. Yeah.
But it makes it a bit harder to pick that first team because we are trying to do it under the ICC. Even though we don't have to, we do try to keep that to the ICC standards for the national team. There's a couple of guys in there that qualify in the next couple of months, so we made a little exception for those guys because we know they're going to be around moving forward. Another terrible ball.
Athletic is on. His first 2 balls have gone for 2 singles, and then I don't quite know how he's bowled it so wide. It's really difficult to bowl that wide. The keeper had to dive to stop it, and they've also got a 1 from that piece of cricket.
So I think what you'd say about this Lithuanian side, that's straight up, and he's gonna catch it. Yes. And
he's gone, caught and bowled.
Spikes it into the ground.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was through excitement or disappointment or hurt his finger. Annoyance from his, but he's took the ball. Maybe the ball before the wide was frustrating him. But look, they're picking up some cheap wickets here. They're keeping the run rate down. When you consider Latvia posted 180 in their first game and defended it quite comfortably by 50 odd runs, then you would think this is still going to be a challenge to Lithuania. But what it will do is Lithuania will go away off this innings now thinking, hey, look, come on, we worked hard, we stuck at it, we kept going, and we've restricted them, and we've made a game of it. But
it's just a question of how much more they could have restricted them if they'd held the catches and taken the chances.
Yeah. I mean.
So we're still going in the 18th over here. We've still got 2 overs left after this, and I think we're...
What is the penalty, Dave? What is the...
So for every over you are late, you have to bring a fielder inside the circle. This is the new ICC rules. It's not what we play in domestic cricket yet because it was a bit confusing and people were happy to keep it to the 5 runs per over. But the new rule in international cricket is that you have to bring an extra person back inside the circle for every over you are late.
Wow. Okay.
So if you're 3 overs late, you've got to have 3 extra in the circle for the last 3 overs, which is going to cost you a lot more than 5 runs an over.
Yeah, much more.
So I think it actually is a more severe penalty. Potentially.
Yeah, I have to say there's no real reason why you should be late in completing your overs unless there's some.
But I mean, I was talking to Jari, one of the Finnish umpires, earlier about this, and the most.
So he knocks it through. There's confusion.
Poor throw.
There might still be a 1. No.
I think the biggest thing for these guys is they don't play to strict time rules, clearly. So there's no umpire at their domestic games going, you've got to finish this over in the next 2 minutes. And I think, again, this is a learning experience for them. I think they were worse last year, somehow. I think they have got better.
From a time-wise perspective, or from ability?
No, from both. But in terms of time management, Jari was saying that he did spend a lot of time hurrying them up, and they still were behind. So 2 to go.
Well, 18 now completed, 2 overs still remaining.
So by my timing,
how far out are they?
So we started at 15:15. You have 1 hour and 25 minutes to bowl your 20 overs. So we have been going for 1 hour and 35 minutes. So they're 10 minutes over already.
Now we've still got 2 overs to bowl.
Now Jari was saying that generally you get about a 5-minute leeway with that, depending on how many wickets you've taken and things like that, because that does slow the game down a little bit. But yeah, this is well beyond that, and I'd imagine what the umpires are discussing here is how many have to be inside the circle. So it is, it's kind of shooting yourself in the foot a little bit. Done well to fight back, but
this is the learning curve, isn't it? You know, they've got to understand. And again, big user of the word game management. And game management is many things. And one of them, whether it's the skipper, whether you allocate that to somebody else, it doesn't always have to be the skipper that does everything. That could be a different member of the team who's keeping that going. They should be looking at these things and saying, hey, come on guys, we're going to fall behind here. So, let's do the right things, let's keep the intensity up, but we've got to do it at a specific pace.
So I think we're probably going to finish 15 to 20 minutes late. Given the intervals only supposed to be 15 minutes, that
maybe have to be a quick turnaround. I don't know.
Minimum's 10.
Okay.
Can't take more out of it than that.
Okay.
So I think we're looking at a 10-minute turnaround for sure.
So Kishore Rakana is back at the Stockholm end. And
you're having trouble with the names, Kev? Kishore Rakana.
Yeah, Kishore Rakana.
Could be Kishore Rekana.
Kishore Rekana. Okay.
I'd like to give a few options.
Yeah, maybe Kish or Rakana. Yeah, Kishore Rekana. Okay. Look, the gentleman is back with a ponytail, man bun, whatever they're called these days. Gone for 31 in his 30 in his previous overs. But 2 new batsmen at the crease, so an opportunity for Lithuania to.
All going down, I'd say.
Was close, but no, he's given him. He's thought about it, and he's given him. It looked very close from here.
Yeah, from this angle, it looked like going down, but we are at a pretty odd angle.
We're not straight, so just
we're a long way from straight. Yeah, well, we're basically where the camera is, so if you can see that angle, that's the angle we're at.
Yeah, but You know, just sometimes you can just have a feel if you think, and it just looked close. But he took his time, the umpire there, to make that decision, and he thought about it, and he's given him. So Kishore Rakana picks up his second wicket. And,
didn't really seem any complaints from the batsman either.
No, he only did. He stepped across by the looks of it. He did come inside.
Well, that's the bane of cricket these days. It's stepping across in front of your stumps and then telling the umpire it's going down leg.
Yeah.
I remember a statistic from county cricket is that since the advent of T20 cricket in England, the percentage of batsmen that get out LBW has tripled.
Really?
Because everyone just trying to get across and hit to the leg side, and they're doing it even at the first class level when you're playing your 4-day matches. They're still playing the same stupid shots.
Well, did we not see Mr. Root playing some in a Test match? Not that.
I don't know. I don't watch England play cricket.
Not that long ago. You've got better things to do with your time, Dave. Is that what you're telling me?
Something like that.
So quickly move on. Kishore Rakana comes in.
Nice and full.
Outside the off stump, full of length, but it's appeal. There was an appeal, but
not sure what he was appealing for, because I'm pretty sure it went past the bat and then bounced.
I don't think it was. I say it was pretty full. I don't think there was a chance, and the umpire agrees, and therefore back to you, Mark, my friend, and go again. So Nadisha is the new guy in for Latvia. I would like to think now they've probably got a challenge in themselves, Latvia, as in seeing out the full overs. That's always got to be one of the first tasks of a batting side, is
Absolutely.
to use all the balls.
8 or 9 balls left, 8 balls left, 2 wickets.
2 wickets needed. I think it will be good for Lithuania if they can.
Yeah, absolutely. And
skittle Latvia all out.
If they can keep them under 160, they'll be pretty happy too, I think. So this is a vital last 8 balls.
Yeah, agreed. So Kishore Rakana is in.
Oh, that's a lovely.
I'm not quite sure.
I think he's got bat on it, I reckon.
It looked like a reverse sweep to me off the bat.
Yes, definitely bat.
Maybe the bowler was appealing for the shot. Maybe
I think the umpire's just tapped his hand, so I think it's come off glove.
Okay.
But yeah, interesting. I guess if you swung and missed it to outside off stump, you might want to try something different.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like his intuition, taking the initiative, do something different. But,
so last ball of the 19th.
Yeah. So in comes Kishore Rakana, bowls again.
Oh, I spoke too soon.
There is one more ball in the 19th over.
Let's do an extras check just to see.
It would be really interesting to see how many overs haven't had a wide. I'd probably guess 3.
So that takes, we've 30, so we've equalled Estonia's with an over to go.
Still a possibility.
Although, to be fair to Lithuania, there's 5 leg byes in that.
Ah, well, okay. So maybe they've got a bit.
Oh, absolutely cleaned him up.
And sinker gone.
Worth the wide.
Last ball of the 19th over results in another wicket for Kishore Rakana, who figures actually look, pretty
3 for 33,
yeah. 3 for 33 now, or 4.
2 wickets and 3 runs off his last over. Yeah, certainly makes life a bit better.
Does. If you wanted a death bowler, you'd be very, very happy with those.
Well, let's hope they've got another one.
Yes, let's.
Did they bowl him an over too early? We'll see.
Well, time will tell on that front, but it gives Lithuania now the chance to claim the last wicket, as Latvia now, with 1 over to go, are 159 for 9. Again, this constant fluctuation in wickets, loss of wickets, 2 new batsmen in here again. I don't think there'll be many runs off this over. I just think Lithuania would be really, really happy to bowl Latvia out now. That would be my aim if I was Lithuania here.
So we're past 20 minutes over now.
We are still waiting for the new batsman, mind. I thought they only had 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm a big Well, I'm a big fan of the timed out, to be honest. Didn't used to be, but I think playing in Estonia for a few years has made me a real fan of it, because you can wait 4 or 5 minutes for them to come out. That's a joke.
Is it still 3 minutes in T20? I mean, the whole game is much quicker.
I'm pretty sure it's 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. I remember when I was a pup and playing, you had 3 minutes in a league game. That was a 40 or 50 over game, admittedly, but
I believe it's 2 now, so...
Okay, well, he should have been timed out there then, and I am a huge believer in
I think a couple of them should have been.
So, Heritic to bowl the last over.
Ooh,
That's up there.
I'm not sure how he's got it
for 2.
out there.
Turn, yeah.
He's not running home.
A good throw, straight in, and Heritic is rushing to complete this over, but I think it may be a little too late now. The damage may be done. But, one short.
One short.
Only 1 to the total there.
I'll make sure Yannick gets that in properly.
I saw quite a bit of that in the first game. There were 2 or 3 times the umpire was calling 1 short. So Heritic is in, bowls. That's gone high into the air. The guy is never going to catch it, not quite set. They go for 1. Fielder's picked it up. They've come back for the 2. And not the strongest arm in the Lithuanian team allows that to happen. Difficult to judge, I think, just how that ball was looping over the fielder's head there, but there we go. So Heritic is in, bowls, and again a big swing and a miss, and the keeper has had a go at the stumps and had a shy at the stumps. He's missed. There's no backing up, and they've took the opportunity to take a quick single. So he's up to the stumps, he bowls, tracks him down the wicket. There should just be the 1 here. Fielder comes in, picks it up, and is fielded. So 2 balls of the innings remaining. Latvia are 164 for 9.
Just to give you an idea of how far behind they are, the second ground has already started the second innings.
Some penalties will come. So he's tried to ramp that, I think. Don't throw it, there's nobody there. Well done. So I think
he managed to hit it there.
Tried to ramp that, but somehow still got it in front of him on the offside. So
very impressive.
Yeah, I don't know how long it takes to practice that shot to become that good at it, but well done, my friend. And so the last ball of the innings, 165. Latvia's current score. Heritic, who also has bowled well, has come in. He smashed that out there. They've taken 1. Definitely going to get 2.
Good throw in.
Are they looking for 3? No. And therefore the innings comes to a close on 167 for 9. I think Lithuania have done really well to keep that score down to under 170, but we'll see on the return and the resumption whether it's still far too many for Lithuania to chase. But well done, Lithuania. Latvia finished on 167 for 9. I would think there'll be the minimum 10-minute break, and we'll be back. So welcome back, viewer, to pitch 2 here in Tiskra, the international cricket ground here in Tallinn, and the game between Latvia, who batted first, won the toss, chose to bat first, and posted 167 for 9. Lithuania therefore need 168 in this 20-over competition. Latvia won their first game and Lithuania lost their first game, so all to play for. Lithuania will be really pleased that to keep the Latvians down to a 167. At one stage looked like being a 180, 190, even potentially a 200 score to be posted, but they fought back well, they dug in, and the reality is for the Lithuanians that if they'd have taken 3 very easy catches that they shelled and a very easy run out, then it could have been a much different score they were chasing. But we are where we are. They need 168 to win. We've got the opening partnership of Dip and Nile, and for Latvia opening the bowling is Surya, and here he comes now, and he bowls his first ball, and it's through, and there's an appeal. There's nothing given. Interesting first ball. A little bit of wheels there from Surya, a little bit of pace. It looked like it was actually through the batsman before he played his shot, but all the close to the bat Latvians thought that nicked something, but hey, it is what it is. So here we go again now with the second ball of the over. Surya into Dip, and it's a similar scenario. It's tucked off the hip down the leg side, and they get the first run on the board in their reply. So what Latvia were good at in their first game was bowl into their field. They executed that plan really well, and so yeah, again bowls outside off stump, this time to Nile, who throws the bat at it but doesn't connect, and it goes through to the keeper for a dot ball. So in comes Surya again, bowls, defended out on the offside. They run through for a quick single. They will come back. There's buzzers. This could go all the way. No, it's pulled up short. And so what started out as a quick single turned into 3 more runs to the total. So in Surya, bowls. Again, a big swing, no ding, and no connection. Goes through to the keeper, and no run. So Surya to bowl the last ball of the over. Well, an interesting first over, lots happening, but 4 runs off the first over, and Latvia end up on the first over there 4 for none off Surya's first over of the innings. On pitch 1, as we know, Estonia A posted a quite imposing total, and Estonia are chasing that down, and currently on target, going at 10 and over. They are 51 for none off 5 overs. And that is over on pitch 1, and the live stream is on that also. If you want to watch that game, then you can, or you can stay here on pitch 2 and watch what could be an exciting game here for Lithuania and Latvia. So Kabilash is going to open the bowling from the Kiev end for Latvia. technical hitch there with the camera. So Kabalash in, bowls his first ball. A nothing shot enabled the ball to go through to the keeper. So Kabalash in, bowls. Again outside the off stump, and no run. So Kabalash in, bowls, and very same result, outside off stump, and a slash, a miss through to the keeper, and no run. This time he does connect off Kabalash's fourth ball, and a single is taken. Through to the keeper. Wide given there for Kabalash's last ball. Dip facing in. And that's down the leg side, and we'll be there for another wide. So Kabalashing out to the stumps, bowls, short, wide, dispatched, and after the fourth attempt of the same shot, he manages to connect and puts it through through the field for the first four of the innings, taking Lithuania on to 11. So required run rate currently around 8.6, and you know, in the early stages, the current run rate is about 6, so they'd be happy with that. It's all a case of keeping wickets in the power play as they come through in now. The final ball of the over, and that's a nudge. They're going to run through for 1. Quite rightly, the fielder holds the ball, and the end of the over takes Lithuania to 12 for the loss of no wicket off the first 2 overs. So you're in to bowl, short, in at the rib cage. Unorthodox shot by Nile, the Lithuanian opening batsman, but He got bat on ball, but it went straight to a fielder, so no run scored there. So right up to the stumps, bowls, swing, miss, through to the keeper. Continue in a similar vein, and no run. So consistency from Sir here. He was the same in the first game. Bowled really well, actually. Picked up a couple of good wickets, and is continuing the consistency vein here. Thought he'd got a wicket with his first ball of the innings, but was not given. So as he comes in again now, fourth ball of this over, he's bowled and he's through and he's to the keeper, and no run. So can Sir keep this third over of the Lithuanian innings to a maiden, which would be always a good effort in T20 cricket to bowl a maiden. So last ball now as he comes in, bowls to Dip, who swings, and he's given him LBW. So even better than a maiden. Surya has turned that into a wicket maiden, and in all truth, the batsman never really looked comfortable against that bowling. Was doing well to get the bat near the ball, never mind bat on ball, and Surya pulls it from just outside off, puts in a straight one and full, and wraps him on the pad. And I'm afraid Dip has to go, and Lithuania lose their first wicket at the end of the third over with a score on 12. So Kabilash, continuing from the Kiev end, opens the fourth over with a wide. So Kabalashi now up to the stumps, bowls outside off stump, and a wide on the other side. So two bowls, two wides. Keeps Lithuania score ticking over. So Kabalashi in, the slower ball. The one in the middle this time, so there was one down leg, wide, one on the off stump, wide, and this time straight, bowled. So through Nile's defences there, and Lithuania lose their second wicket with only 14 on the board. So already looking a difficult task for Lithuania to chase down a further 154 runs that are required. So the new batsman in for Lithuania is Kishore Rakana, who bowled quite well, 3-4-33 in his bowling. Obviously an all-rounder in the team, coming in at number 4. So a good innings is needed here. Marks his guard, takes his position, and looking to face Kabalashi, who has bowled a wide, and followed by a wicket. So who quite knows what's coming? I certainly don't, and I would hazard a guess probably neither does the bowler. So Kishore Rakana to face his first ball, and he lets that go through. Keeper fumbles, but there's no run, and wide wicket. Dot now is the run through of this over so far. So Kabalash is in, bowls. Karashina dabs, looks for a 1, but the Latvian fielder is there far too quickly, and no run is scored. So a wild throw at the non-striker, but it was backed up, so nothing happening there, nothing doing. So Kabalash is in, bowls. Karashina plays. He thinks he's played and missed, so does the umpire. But Latvia felt there was a nick, but it's the umpire's decision that matters. He says nothing connected with the ball there from a bat perspective, and therefore it is an ordinary dot ball. So wide wicket, dot, 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 dot. Final ball of the over is a wide, of course, so it's not the final ball of the over. So still one more ball to bowl of the 4th over. So in, bowls. Kishore Rakana has a swipe. They've got 1. It's been fielded, and they're back for safely for a comfortable 2. That does bring an end to the 9-ball over, which went for 2 runs off the bat, 1 wicket and 3 wides, bringing the score on to 17 for 2 at the end of the 4th over for Lithuania. And the required run rate is now starting to creep up. It's over 9, so already gone up at least 1 run per over required, and the current run rate is half of that at 4.2. So Lithuania need to consolidate with the loss of the 2 early wickets, but also start to look to pick up runs, rotate the strike, but it's really difficult from this tight Latvian bowling, and that will continue here with Surya from the Stockholm end as he comes in to bowl to Prasanth, who knocks it out. They take 1, a comfortable 1, always 1, well fielded, and the score moves on for 18 for 2. Surya is in, bowls, dab down, but the fielder is there, picks it up, no run. So Surya in, bowls, that's down the leg side, will be called a wide. So definitely kept the scorers busy in this game so far in the Latvian innings, and now continuing in the Lithuanian innings with the number of extras that are being produced here. As Surya steadies himself, sets off on his run, comes in, bowls, and Kishore lets that through to the keeper. So you're in, bowls, and again Kishore plays a test match style leave through to the keeper, and a further dot ball added into the scorebook. Again in, bowls, through to the keeper. A half-hearted appeal from the Latvian fielding side, but again the umpire is unmoved. Nothing to write home about there. Through to the keeper taken, and further dot ball. So Surya in, bowls, and the batsman lets it again go through to the keeper, and the end of the 5th over, Lithuania are 19 for 2. So, start of the 6th over, bowls, Kishore kind of gets a bat on that. There is a fielder out here, swoops round, picks it up, throws it in, just one more to the total, moving Lithuania on now to 20 for loss of 2 wickets, as Kobayashi continues from the Kiev end into his 3rd over. So up to the stumps now, bowls, and good swing, what looked like good shape. They take a quick single, and good run in there by Lithuania. Much more of that will be needed to keep the strike rotating, and as they need another 144 to win this game, then they're going to have to keep the scoreboard ticking over. The power play will be finished at the end of this over, and will look to then progress as they need another 147 to win the game. So the mandatory wide in and over is delivered there by Kabilash. Kabilash in onto the legs. Flicked round the corner by Prasanth, but good fielding there out in the deep, and one more run to the total, moving them now on to 23 for 2. Kishore again just dabs that down from Kabilash's delivery through the vacant gully area, picks up another 1. So this is what we say about rotating the strike. Keep the scoreboard ticking over, make it difficult to bowl to the same batsman. 1, 1, wide, 1, 1. So if you're not picking boundaries up, at least you've got to keep that scoreboard ticking over, and you've got to keep rotating. That brings to the end another Kabilashi over. At the end of the 6th over, the end of the power play, Lithuania 24 for 2, requiring another 144. 8 wickets in hand. The required run rate has risen now to over 10 runs per over, and as you can tell, 24 off 6, the current run rate of only 4. So I'm going to need to start pushing this total along if Lithuania are to make a dent into this score from Latvia. Over on pitch 1, as you know, Estonia posted a big total of 180 thereabouts, and Estonia in response are still going at 10 and over, the 76 for 1 in the 7th over, and looking to make a good game. Looks really a high scoring encounter is probably on the cards on that pitch at the moment. Arslan going well on 37, and Stuart Hook, the new man in replacing Aditya, is on 5. That's on pitch 1, live streaming on the YouTube, as is all games here from Tiskra, pitch 1 and pitch 2. So feel free to join us every week during the season. This is the High Baltic Cup this weekend. No league games to be played. They'll restart next week, and the season will continue. So Sai has come on to bowl, and with his first ball as pitch 1 short, Kishore Khanna looked to smash through the point area, but only contrived to tickle it through to the keeper, and unfortunately has to go caught behind, and dejectedly walks away, sad with himself and obviously for the team that he's gone. 4 off 12, and now Lithuania in a little bit of trouble at 24 for 3. So the new batsman for Lithuania is Arumagam, and he'll face his first ball off Sai, who has excellent figures of 1 ball, 1 wicket, no runs. So a hat-trick on the cards. That's the first part of a hat-trick. Let's see what can happen here against the left-handed Arumagam. And in comes Sai now, and he bowls. And he's defended. It was straight, and Arumagam prods that back, and there's no run. Sai in, outside, beaten on the off stump, and quickly turns round back to his mark as the ball returns round the circle. Wicket ... so far this over, so definitely an over for Latvia to cheer about at this moment. And he's just beat him on the outside the off stump yet again, so good line, good length, and 2 balls faced now from Arumagam, a nice straight one that he defended and one he played outside the off stump. In comes Sai now, bowls. He appeals for LBW, and he's gone, and he's given him. So wicket ... wicket. So not quite the hat-trick that we discussed, but potentially still a chance for 3 wickets in the over. And I'm afraid to say Lithuania in all sorts of trouble at 24 for 4 in the 7th over, 1 ball remaining of the 7th over, and it's going to take some mighty fine hitting now from the Lithuanian lower order to get anywhere near, I'm afraid, the 168 that is required to win this game. So Ranjit is the new batsman for Lithuania, coming in a very precarious position, 24 for 4 with 1 ball remaining, and of size over, which he bowls. He's short and pushed down by Ranjit, finishes the over. So I did say at the beginning, you know, what's good in T20 cricket is a maiden. What is even better is a wicket maiden. And now what we've had is even better than that, a double wicket maiden from Sai. So remarkable figures at the minute for Sai on 1 over, 1 maiden, 2 for none. So Rajiv Varan now change of bowler from the Kiev end. Prasanth pulls that around, a comfortable 2. Good field in there from the Latvians, keeping it to 2. And Prasanth takes his score to 5. The team score to 26. So Rajivaran in now, bowls. That is very wide on the off stump, and the umpire marks that a wide. Probably now in the whole game so far, we've had 27 overs. There's probably been 6 overs that haven't had at least 1 wide in them. So the bowler up to the stumps, in, he bowls. Low, slow, sloopy, but straight to the cover fielder, and another dot ball into the scorebox, into the scoreboard, a scorebook, and 27 for 4 is the total. So the bowler is up to the stumps, he bowls, it's short, it's wide. But unfortunately Prasanth can't dispatch that to the boundary, and it's through to the keeper for another dot ball. Bowler up to the stumps, bowls, it's on the legs, tickled round the corner from Prasanth. They pick up 1. Are they looking for 2? No, just the 1. And with 1 ball to go of the 8th over, this has gone for 2, a wide, a dot, a dot, a dot, 2, and the last ball to come. So full on the legs, pushes it up to long off. They take 1. They're not going to take any more, and that is the end of the 8th over. And Lithuania are limping along at 29 for 4. So Sai to continue, yet to concede a run, has got 2 wickets, and first ball of his 2nd over, the team's 9th over, is also a dot ball, so very economical so far. So the first run there off Sai's bowling goes to Ranjit, 1 off his legs down to deep square leg. Sai comes in again, bowls straight. Prasanth knocks it out there. They take 1. And that's all they will get. Good fielding by the Latvian fielder. And, 1 more to the total. So in, short. It's going to drop short of the fielder, but I like the intent there from Ranjit. But only adds 1 to the total. They need more than ones. Run rate is creeping up now to 12 and over. So some big hitting is going to be needed. As Sai comes in, bowls. He nearly chops onto his stumps then, an inside edge, but just missed the off stump there from an inside edge, and the keeper did well to dive and save any runs being taken. So side bowls pushed out onto the onside from Prasanth for another single. That completes the 9th over, and Lithuania have now moved on rapidly to 33 for the loss of 4 wickets. Size figures of 2 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 4. So Rajaveeran to continue with his slow right arm, and pitched it up outside off stump, and Prasanth puts it through the gully area for 2 more runs to the total. Short outside off again from Rajaveeran, but a swing and a miss, a swing no ding, and through to the keeper. So that's shovelled out to deep gully, maybe is that position, and 1 more run is added to the total. So a slower ball there, picked off his hip and pushed out to the covers, and I think Prasanth wanted the 1. Ranjit wasn't moving in the end. The yes-no game, but no run was scored. And he comes again, and he hits it out to the very same area, to the very same fielder, bounces just in front, and it's 1 more to the total. So last ball of the 10th over in. I always speak too soon. There will be 1 more ball at least in this 10th over, as that is thrown down the leg side, and the customary wide to the over is added. So in, bowls, slow, swing, and unfortunately Prasanth couldn't get bat on ball. That brings an end to the halfway mark of the Lithuanian innings, and it's pretty dire stuff really at 38 for 4. There's a big job to be done in the second half of this innings, but I think Latvia will be looking to wrap this up pretty quickly and get their run rate high up, and we'll be back after the drinks break. So you join us for the resumption of the Lithuanian innings. 10 overs to go. You would right to think that Lithuania now will start to swing the bat at the ball. They're miles behind the run rate. It's creeped up to 13 and over already, and in this, if they're going to progress, then they're going to, as a nation, they've got to try and at least progress to making competitive games. And at the moment, this is a very one-sided game. As Sai comes in, he bowls, and that's a catch, and it's taken straight in. And Sai picks up his third wicket. His figures just look much better, and yet again, so for the fourth time in the fourth innings, 4 innings that have been on this pitch today, down here in pitch 2 here at Tiskra at the International Cricket Ground in Estonia, is a wicket has fallen virtually immediately after drinks. It's amazing how many times drinks bring a wicket where the concentration slips from the batsman, and you have to bring yourself back into concentration mode after a drinks break. But 4 innings have been on this pitch today, and 4 drinks breaks, and therefore there has been a wicket after every one. Therefore tells you that drinks bring wickets, and you must concentrate when you come back in. So the 5th wicket falls for Lithuania with a meagre score of 39 on the board. That's Prasanth has gone, and as I say, Sai picks up his 3rd wicket, so he is 2.1 overs, currently 1 maiden, 3 for 5. Devastating spell, devastating. So Sai to continue his spell, short and wide, outside off stump. And it's been dispatched. They've taken 1, it's an easy 2, fielded out on the boundary, and a comfortable 2 runs there for the new batsman coming in facing his first ball. Tickled either off his pads, looks like a leg by, one would have, one be correct there, in the leg by, down the leg side. Quite humorous appeal from somebody in the Latvian team who you probably didn't pick it up on the camera, appeal for LB, but just let me tell you, my friend, it wouldn't have hit another set on wheels. So but keep practicing on your appealing. And Sai to continue here now. Amazing figures so far, been very tight, very line and length. However, that's got the treatment, and that is the first boundary in a long time. I would possibly say it's the first boundary that they've scored in this innings. So Sai's figures have now been ruined, and 2.5 overs, 1 maiden, 8 for 3, 3 for 8. So good intent though from Hritik, the new from Ranjit. And Hritik, the new batsman in, looking to attack. So that was a full toss on the hip, and has now been dispatched for another 4. So just like London buses, you wait all day for 1, and then 2 come along at the same time. So Sai is probably tiring. Into his just completed his 3rd over, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 15. So ruined his figures there with 8 off those last 2 balls. But that at least brings the 50 up for Lithuania. So they are 1 milestone, but unfortunately that's in the 11th over with 5 wickets down, and the required run rate now creeping up again over 13. with a current run rate of under 5. So some big shots, consistent big shots, are going to be required from Lithuania here if they're going to get the remaining 118 required from 54 balls. So he's pushed that out onto the leg side, straight to the fielder. Fielder returns, and there's one more to the total. So Vardan is in, bowls. He advances down the wicket. Does Ranjit, gets an edge on the bat. Gets an edge on the ball, but won't go to the boundary. Has gone over the boundary, and 4 more runs. So, so maybe this is the big charge that Lithuania are now hoping to complete. But it still will be a tough ask here to win this league match in the high Baltic Cup between Latvia, Lithuania, and the other 2 teams, Estonia and Estonia A, who are producing a very much of a run fest on pitch 1, with the Estonia A posting circa 180, and Estonian national team were last time I looked on track at 10 and over, 80 off 8 overs for the loss of 1 wicket. And if you want to be more enthralled, then please feel free to move over to pitch 1 and watch that exciting game. So again, intent, aggression from Heritic, didn't quite connect with it, clothed it a little bit, and Latvia do have a man out there on cow corner, so it was only the one. So Vardan now is none for 7 so far, and Heritic onto 12, Ranjit facing onto 10, and another wide, the customary wide there is bowled. So Ranjit tracks down, misses the ball through to the keeper. The keeper throws at the stumps, knocks the stumps down, but Ranjit had comfortably got back, was never in any danger of being run out there. So Vardan in to bowl the last ball of the over, and short, outside off stump, a big swing, again no ding, and through to the keeper, and that completes the 12th over, which 8 from it. So they need many more of those, do Lithuania, to get anywhere near this total. Still a further 110 required, but the runs, the balls are reducing rapidly, and there's only 48 of those left, so 8 overs. So a change of bowling here for Latvia at the Stockholm end. Nadisha is coming on to replace Sai, who bowled really well. Latvia will be hoping Nadisha can continue from this end in the same vein, not in allowing Lithuania to attack as they need to do now with 8 overs remaining. But Heritic, 12 off 6, is 200 strike rate. That's what's going to be needed from here on in, and let's see how he goes here against the new bowler. So he's pulled that away, but there'll only be one to the fielder. The fielder runs around, picks it up, swoops and throws it back in. So Nadisha in, bowls, and that's picked off the hip quite nicely. One bounce to the fielder to take the single, and one more adding to the total. Takes Lithuania on to 60, Ranjit on to 11, and Heritic on 13. So Nadisha in now. Heritic strikes, but again, what Latvia have done very well is have fielders in the right position, and although that's gone for 4, then if you picked up on the stream, there was a shout of catch it, so the fielder again was there, but not great fielding, I'm afraid, and it's gone through for 4. So Nadisha, false start. So in, bowls, and again swiped to the very same place where the fielder is positioned. One more to Heritic's total, taking him on to 18, and the overall team score of 65. So Nadisha in. A reverse sweep is tried there by Ranjit. So I like his thought process, but unfortunately very poorly executed, and that just ended up being lobbed into the fielder's hands. So Ranjit has to go for 11, and that brings the score now 65 for 6. And Nadisha picks up his first wicket. And so a very inventive partnership there, 26 or 15 balls, but it's come to an end, and the new man in will have to try and swing from the very first ball if Lithuania to get anywhere near the required a further 103 runs to win this game. So Gunnavarman is the new man in to face Nadisha. Last ball of this over is in. It's dabbed down. He sets off for 1, but Hartik sends him back quite wisely as the fielder ran in to pick the ball up there. There's no run, so the end of the 13th over, and Lithuania is still limping, is probably still not a fair reflection, but limping along, and are currently 65 for 6, requiring another 103 from 7 overs. So for Dan to continue, bowling now to Heritic, who swipes, swings, he's connected. That will definitely go for a boundary. I just can't quite see whether it's gone all the way. No, a 4 is given, bounced just inside the boundary, and the charge is on Heritic now, really showing the rest of his team what is required here about throwing the willow at the bat as he moves to 22 off only 10 balls. But there's a few more of those big hits needed to get anywhere near this score. So wide is given in the end. I'm not quite sure, maybe because the batsman moved his normal stance, but the correct decision was made there between the two officiating umpires, and a wide has been given. So the customary wide for this over is bowled. Heritic goes for it again. He's got 1. Is he going to push for 2? They are going to push for 2, but don't need to bother as that's gone all the way, and that's another 4 to Heritic. So Heritic has gone again. This time he's gone over the fielder. Looks like he's pulled it in just inside the boundary, and 2 further runs to the score. So Heritic moves on to 28 off 12, and at least he's starting to put a bit of respectability into this. But Vardan now has gone for 19 here, so 4, 6, 4 wide, 4, 2, and now a dot. But well played, Heritic. We talk about sensible. He's as I say, he's got 10, 11 off this over already, and that was a good ball. So it's okay to bowlers to bowl a good ball. Batsman blocks it out and go for the next ball. That's gone through the lot, and straight through to the keeper. So Vardan now in to bowled, and Heritic again plays a straight one, but it's straight to the fielder. So 1 ball remaining. Sorry, that's the over. In the end of the 14th over, I think Heritic would have liked to have taken a 1 there to put himself on strike, but he's doing his bit. 28 off 15 balls, and now let's see what Gunnar Varman can do to keep this run rate progressing in the right direction. Still a big ask, 92 off 6 overs. Quick single there, got through, and I think that what was needed. Definitely the plan is to get Heritic on strike, so successful in that endeavour there was the right thing to do. The guy is the one looking to hit the boundaries, so it was important to get him on strike, and they got there in the end. It gets Gunnar Varman off the strike, off the 0 column, and to 1 on his total. So Nadisha carrying on here from the Stockholm end. He bowls, and Heritic gets 1, the fielder gets round, and that is a great piece of fielding, because again they would have been looking for 2 there. So good piece of fielding there by the Latvian fielder to keep it down to 1. And so another 7th wicket falls there for Lithuania. Nadisha gets his wicket. That's 2 to his column now, which only gone for 9 runs, which is a good return. But obviously at this stage Lithuania need some mighty lusty blows with 16 and over required. So it is what it is. New batsman will join Heritic, and one would think we'll have the same vein. So Soraya goes first ball, and that's the 8th wicket down, and we are on the hat-trick. The hat-trick we've talked about, what I thought it would happen in this game, and we've now got another chance for that. So 2 in 2 there from Nadisha, and it's leaving Heritic a little bit stranded at the non-striker's end at the minute, so a sensible thing would have been to nudge and nurdle to try and get Heritic back on strike. But 2 wickets remaining now for Latvia to wrap this inevitable win for them up, and Lithuania a very unlikely 90 off 32 balls. An absolute run fest on pitch 1, as we said earlier, and you know, they posted a huge total, Estonia A side of 180 plus, but the Estonian national side have responded expertly, in currently 168 for 1, and Stuart Hook has got a 50, Arslan's got 70, so they need a further 18 off 22 balls, so that would be a great win for Estonia, chasing down that for big total. And if Estonia were to win that game, which is looking likely now against Estonia A, then Latvia to win this game, which is looking highly likely also, then effectively the Latvia v Estonia national teams games tomorrow morning here at Tiskra, starting at 11, will be the decider. The winner will take the Baltic Cup, which is currently held by Estonia. The hat-trick ball comes in, and it's missed everything, and they've taken 1. They're going to take 2 and come back, so it's 2 more to the total. But great effort from Nadisha there for his hat-trick. It looked like it bounced over the stumps and it beat the keeper as well, so the hat-trick chance has gone, but still a pretty good over so far, with 2 singles from it, 2 wides, and the extras there on the buys. So dug out there by Harish, the end of the over, 2 wickets to Nadisha, now 3 for 9 off his allocation of overs bowled, and Lithuania with 5 overs to go are 82 for 8. On pitch 1, just to keep an update, they need 11 now. Estonia need 11 off 15 balls, so a tight game, but it looks like Estonia should now win that game comfortably, and that will, as I say, set up a cup deciding game tomorrow morning between Estonian national team and the Latvian national team. As I say, Estonia are the current holders of the Baltic Cup, and from what I've seen, you know, Latvia are not a bad side by any stretch, and will give will give the Estonian national side a run for their money. So very exciting game in the morning in prospect between the proposed winners here of these two games, which will be Latvia and Estonia national team against the Latvian national team. And then on pitch 2 will be the 3rd, 4th place between Lithuania and Estonia A. So change of bowling. Mehdi bringing himself on and starts with a wide, the customary wide, down the leg side. So again, bowled, and Heritic goes to pull. A great piece of fielding again out there from the Latvian fielder, and just the one to the total brings Harish on strike. So Mehdi now coming in to bowl, gone for the big swipe. That'll be pushed out to the fielder, come in from the boundary. It will only be the one. That'll bring Heritic on strike and takes the score to 85. So well bowled Mehdi, missed everything. Again, a big swing from Heritic, but no results, no connection. So just for confirmation, Estonia have beaten Estonia A, and so they will play tomorrow morning. They're currently sat at the top of the group, 2 games, 2 wins, and if Latvia win this one, which is very much predicted, as discussed, although Heritic there is making a good fight of this. And he puts another ball away there for the boundary. That moves him on to 34 off 19 balls and the score on to 89. But still expect Latvia to win this game, and therefore tomorrow's match, starting at 11 on pitch 1 between Estonia and Latvia, will be the playoff final. The team that wins will win the Baltic Cup, which Estonia will look to retain. But Latvia have a good side. They've got a good side here, good squad. Will look to poach that trophy back. So, the end of the 16th over, and Lithuania need a further 78 runs from 4 overs at a run rate of 19.5. So, as I say, I think the prediction of Latvia winning this game is a fair call, and will therefore play Estonia, who have just beaten Estonia A by 9 wickets, chasing 180. That is a tremendous effort there from Stuart Hook and Arslan for that partnership. But some great work by Adityo in the opening partnership as well. Created a good setting for Estonia to beat Estonia A. So looking forward to that tomorrow. Estonia v Latvia, and that game will be the decider for who will win the Baltic Cup. Will Estonia retain the trophy, or will Latvia be happy on their way back to Valga and into Latvia with the trophy in their cabinet? Join us tomorrow at 11. But this game's still to finish, but it's looking like a one-sided affair really, as Nadisha will continue from this end. He's already got 3 wickets for the meagre 9 runs, and he is bowling at the hard-hitting Heritic, who's made a really good effort. He made a good fight of it, and no doubt will continue to do so. But misses out there, short outside off stump, and through to the keeper. So Nadisha in, bowls again. Heritic outside off stump, angles that down. They're pushing for one. Heritic wants two, and comfortably in the end get the two. Gets Heritic back on strike. He moves on to 37 from 22, and really, to be in truth, the only Lithuanian batsman who's taken the game here and made a really good effort at trying to get a decent total for Lithuania. But 92 for 80 is still not great, but it's much better now with the attacking batting of Heritic, who's really tried his hardest. And it's burst the hands there of Nadisha and on a caught and bowled, but they pick up one more. It moves the score on to 92, Heritic on to 37, and Nadisha was looking for his fourth wicket then, but came back at him pretty sharply above his head, so not always easy to take. So he's back in, bowls, and that's played down on the offside to the gully region, but well fielded by the Latvian fielder, back round the ring to the bowler, and Nadisha will go again with his fifth ball of the 17th over. And again, that's in the air, but it's going to fall safe, one bounce, and the Latvian fielder picks it up smoothly and returns it back to the bowler, which will bring Heritic on strike. And I think what I have seen so far is he will look to hit the ball, and ideally, if he can't get boundaries, he needs to get a minimum of one to get on strike, which is what he will do. I don't think they'll take the two if they're on offer, but again, good fielding from the Latvians, and just the one is taken, the end of the over. Heritic moves on to 38, the score moves on to 94, and we have 3 overs remaining, and Lithuania still requires 74. So Medi to continue, and there was one on offer, but Heritic has chosen not to take the one, and will look to try and hit the big ball here. So in Medi, and Heritic picks that out, takes the one this time. Not sure the difference between this time and the last time. There was actually more chance of a two the previous shot, as it was the wicket keeper who had to run and chase the ball down, but there you go. So he's taken the one, and that brings Harish on strike, who angles that down to the gully region, and they take one more. The score moves on to 96. Harish now on to 3, Heritic on 39, and 73 required from 15 balls. So Medi in, bowls, and that's been absolutely dispatched, and a full toss on the leg stump deserves being smashed for 6, and that is exactly what Heritic has done. He's put that way over the fielder, way over the boundary, and it might be a delay while we get that ball back, but that is a terrific shot from Heritic. Moves him on to 45 off 27, takes Lithuania to 100, just over 100, 102 now, and a much more respectable score than was looking at the halfway stage when they were 30 something for 4 or 5, and just plodding along. But this guy's done a really good job, at ticking the score along. He's put the bad ball away. He's played some good game management where he's not always hit the balls that he couldn't hit, and again they're turning the one down, but based on the last effort, then he thinks he can hit some big balls here. But Medi's a decent player from what I've seen so far. I don't think he will bowl a full toss on the legs again, but you never know, and which he hasn't. And that's through to the keeper outside the off stump. This brings an end to the 18th over. 102 for 8, still requiring a further 66. And Heritic now on to 45. We'll be looking for a personal milestone of 50. And Arisha's on 3 from 7. So the opening bowler, Surya, is back. He bowled a good opening spell of 3 overs, 1 for 6. This will be obviously his last over in this game, but I'm pretty sure he'll be opening the bowling tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock against Estonia in the what is effectively the playoff final. The winning team will win the Baltic Cup between Estonia, who've just completed an emphatic 9-wicket victory over their Estonian A counterparts. So the current against the hopefuls probably showed them what they need to aspire to if they want to replace anybody in that Estonian national side, as they've won by 9 wickets. And as we say, Latvia will secure this win here, despite the best efforts of Heritic, who's been very, very pleasing on the eye to watch, 45, and choosing now not to take the singles on offer, and looking for a personal milestone of 50, but to ensure that his side are not bowled out either, which will be a good effort against this Latvian side. So looking forward to tomorrow, 11 o'clock on pitch 1 in the High Baltic Cup, which, if you're just joining us, is a tournament between the Baltic nations of Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania. And this year the invitational side is the Estonian A side, and I do know that the Estonian Cricket Association, which is now affiliate ICC member and progressing nicely as an organisation up the ICC, is looking to expand the trophy to different teams next year. So watch this space for this competition to come back around next year. But before then, we've got the final day tomorrow. As I say, 11 o'clock. Pitch 1 will be Estonia against Latvia in the deciding game to win the Baltic Cup, and then here on pitch 2 will be Lithuania against Estonia A. So as Surya comes in, bowls, and Heritic scoots that out. He's pushed for 1, he's coming back for 2, and in the end they've made it comfortably, and that moves Heritic now on to 47 off 32. The score moves on to 107 for the loss of 8 wickets, with 8 balls remaining. It would be, from a personal perspective, a great effort from Heritic there to get the further 3 runs as a minimum, to get his very deserved 50, and see where this can take him now with Soraya coming in. And that's a good along the carpet shot to deep mid-off. There is just the 1, and that takes his score on to 48. The Lithuanian score on to 108, and 1 ball remaining of the 19th over. So at very worst it will go to the last over, and Harish just lets that go through to the keeper. But a good spell again from Surya, who looks a pretty tidy bowler in the couple of games that I've watched him today. And this over this game, he's 1 wicket for 12 off his allocated 4 overs. So as we enter the final over here in this competition, in this game, sorry, for the Baltic Cup competition, Heritic just looks like he needs to change his helmet for some reason. It's obviously not broken or fitted correctly, but yeah, you know, Latvia look a strong side. Just thinking of tomorrow's game, and they brought a squad of 20, and this is a much changed team from the first game. So I think they may have some selection dilemmas this evening to pick their best 11. There's been some good performers from the Latvian team in both games. 86 to Thielemann in the first over was impressive, and Medhi bowled well in the first game, and he's bowled well in this game, and he batted well in the first game also. So Harish. So Heritic has put that up, and not quite sure why the catch wasn't attempted. He seemed to let it bounce in front of him, but hey, look, no damage done, no runs. Heritic will keep the strike on 49, but he might have connected with that one. That might have been dismatched, and I was waiting for the umpire to confirm that it's gone for 4, and it has gone for 4. That is an absolutely splendid innings from Heritic. He's bowled, he's batted really, really well. That takes him to a 50, a well-deserved 50. He's the only one really in the Lithuanian team who's taken it to Latvia. But 52 now off 35 balls, and he's been the outstanding batsman in this Lithuanian team. So congratulations to him. But unfortunately, it will be in vain. The win will be Latvian, but an absolutely splendid knock, as I say, from Heritic. He's shown the way really for the Lithuanians. If 52 from 36, including 7 fours and 1 6, with a strike rate of 144, has been exemplary. And he's been the standout, as I say, in the Lithuanian innings. But he's put one up in the air now, and that's the game. And Heritic's innings over. The catch is taken off Medhi's bowling, and Lithuania are now 112 for 9 with 3 balls remaining. And congratulations to Heritic. He's done his bit. That was a brilliant knock, 52 off 36 balls, and he's actually made it a respectable score for Lithuania. and congratulations to him on that. But Latvia have always been the slightly better side in this, always been on top really, never been behind the 8 ball, and have always looked like winning. But Latvia will win this game comfortably, but Lithuania in the end, through that innings there, have at least made it look a bit more respectable. So Medi to continue, 3 balls remaining, dot for dot wicket. What will this produce? It will produce a dot ball as Ishmael faces his first ball. Harish at the non-striker's end is on 4 off 9 balls. So Medi comes in and he's found a little gap there, pushed it through for 1, fielded, and with 1 ball remaining. And that is the end of the innings. Latvia win by 55 runs and roll on to tomorrow to watch 11 o'clock on pitch 1, the Estonian national team, who's just had a really good 9-wicket win against the Latvian side, who are also undefeated. So pitch 1, 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, and on pitch 2 will be Lithuania against Estonia A. See you tomorrow.